need something?
Our adventure began with a strange light falling over my home island of Zinkenstill. I chased it to the impact site, where I found a blue-haired girl named Lyria and a knight, Catalina. The girl was shaken, and pretty soon I learned the reason why. She was on the run from Erste Empire soldiers. I knew an unfair fight when I saw one, so I stepped up to protect Lyria from those awful tyrants. Catalina and I fended them off well enough, but when their backs were in the corner, they released a fire-breathing hydra. It charged me, sending me flying into the tree line. Moments away from death, all I could think about was Dad. He'd been the one who trained me, and he'd done a great job, but... well, who expects their son to get attacked by a five-headed horror? He was going to be devastated. So, it's all over. Just as I began to sink into darkness, a gentle light enveloped my body. Lyria, wreathed by a mystical halo, was floating above me with her hand outstretched. She explained that she was going to merge our life forces. Fortunately, it worked. From that moment forward, Lyria and I would be inextricably linked. Looking into her blue eyes, I knew I had nothing to fear, not even death itself. Two people, one life, a greater whole. Lyria had taken a huge risk to save me. Now, if one of us got hit with a fatal blow, it was curtains for both. And that thought awakened in me a desperate hunger for survival, for life. The next moment, Lyria and I felt this reverberation of power. The torrent of emotion rushing from me had awakened something. Darkness and flame swirled around us, coalescing into a massive dragon, Bahamut. With him on our side, we made short work of the Imperial Hydra. Now that their trump card had been blasted into oblivion, the Imperial Army had no choice but to run. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't chased that light. No Lyria, no lifelink, no adventure. Man, I probably wouldn't even have set foot off of Zinkenstill. Fate's a funny thing, isn't it? Since meeting Lyria, we've seen our fair share of joy and happiness, and pain and suffering. But the Grand Cypher crew doesn't buckle under pressure. We'll take on anything the journey throws at us. No regrets. Now, where was I? Oh, right. We just humiliated the Empire, who probably had reserves waiting somewhere close by. We realized we needed to get off Zinkenstill. Fast. The Empire was not going to rest while Lyria was on the loose. And I figured that since we shared a life force now and all, it was in everyone's best interests if we stayed together. Plus, I'd always wanted to explore the far reaches of the skies. Though, doing it on the run, not what I had in mind. There was so much to think about, so much to decide. But all those plans could come after we had escaped Zinkenstill. I didn't want a whole army, this time with, I don't know, 30 Hydras marching on my home island. And, well, I had another, more personal reason for wanting to leave. Before I knew it, our journey was at an end. The end. As in, we'd reached the end of the skies. My son, I'm waiting for you on Estalucia. I thought about Dad's letter. I missed him. When I was young, he would take me to the edge of the island, and we'd sit there, admiring the clouds. I wanted so badly to explore those skies, just like Dad. I had to see him again. And now, I wouldn't have to make that journey alone. With Vern, Lyria, and Catalina at my side, we commandeered a small Imperial craft and set out for the greatest of destinations, Estalucia. From the moment we left Zinkenstill, our adventures were hectic, to say the least. Catalina, who claimed to be an experienced pilot, crashed our small vessel onto the gusty fields of Port Breeze. But we quickly pulled ourselves together and found a new ally, and helmsman, in the form of Rackham. Since then, we gained more and more allies, and no matter what obstacle we faced, the crew always worked in tandem to find a solution. It's all thanks to their support that I've made it this far. And what a wild ride it's been. To think I had never even set foot off of Zinkenstill. But now, I can't even count the number of islands we've saved, let alone visited. Sure, being a roving band of heroes is difficult, but it's got its perks. New faces, new places, and a whole airship's worth of fun. Who could pass this life up? Anyway, we've just begun the next chapter of our adventure. We discovered another piece of the sky map, which led us to Zega Grande. Yeah, a whole new skydom. Just imagine the danger, the promise. But I knew it was going to be fine. Just another set of memories to add to our ever-growing collection. I hope you're ready, Zega Grande, because here we come.
Skyfarers, we need your aid! Goblins! Goblins in Tempeal!
We were at the dock in Folca, taking care of landing procedures, when a panicked old merchant rushed toward us. In between his wheezing, he explained that a shipment of relief supplies headed for Tempeal had been intercepted by monsters. Tempeal reminded me of Id and how he had totally beat our butts. It was embarrassing, yeah, but what's worse, it reminded me of losing Lyria.
Tempeal, huh? Maybe this time around I can actually help out.
That wasn't Vern's usual peppy tone. He was probably reliving those bad memories, just like me. I guess after you've spent as much time together as we have, you pretty much share a brain. It wasn't going to be a fun journey to Tempeal for either of us. But we were Skyfarers, and desperate times called for brave faces. Anyway, goblins. Smart. Fast. That meant we wouldn't have the luxury of time. We needed to throw together the minimum amount of supplies needed for the journey and head out. I turned to Vern so we could discuss game plans, but then I saw his ears were droopy.
If we're fighting goblins, then we should have them licked by lunch.
Something was wrong, but with the hasty flight preparations, I couldn't spare the few minutes to investigate. Pull through it, Vern, I thought. We need you. A little less than an hour later, it was time to depart. But Vern was nowhere to be found.
Hurry, Skyfarers! We can't waste another second!
The later we got there, the more supplies would be stolen or destroyed. This could add up to weeks or even months of delay in Tempeal's restoration. Vern, I hope you're okay, bud. I was worried out of my mind. But a captain's gotta do what a captain's gotta do. I left a message for Vern with the merchant, and we set out.
Goblins? I can't even fight stinking goblins! What good am I? Just a scaredy lizard who brings everybody down. Man. If only I was more like my pal, swinging swords and shooting spells. Then I'd finally be able to help out. Maybe I could have stopped Avia from taking Lyria. Maybe I could have done something. How do you live the skyfaring life without combat skills? Heck, I can't even blow sparks, much less fire. What kind of dragon can't breathe fire? Ha! I tell everybody I'm a cool dragon, but I'm just a faker.
You are unworthy.
You were right, Ed. I'm not worthy. Not worthy of being in the crew. Not worthy of being the captain's best bud.
Ah, finally, here you are! I was looking everywhere for you.
Uh-huh. What did this old dude want with me?
Your captain left you a message. The crew's gone on ahead, but as an indispensable member of the Grand Cipher, they want you with them as soon as possible. And that's an order.
Indispensable? That meant, like, VIP, right? Me? For a second there, I was about to blow it off. Like, yeah, right, my bud's just saying that. But then I remembered, this crew had always kept it real. No lies, no flattery. Yeah, we kicked butt because we believed in one another. These guys were my best friends. And maybe we weren't perfect. I mean, we lost to Id, but my bud put his captain boots on and got right back up and tried again. It was never about swords or magic. It was about always moving forward, never giving up. And more than anything, it was about being there for each other. What was I worrying about? Who cares if I couldn't fight? There are 1,000,002 ways to help on an adventure. I mean, you try questing without a cook or a healer.
Hello? Merchant of Vern, do you read me? If you're done daydreaming now, I've got a ship ready to go.
It was time to get a move on, or I wasn't worth my scales. Sorry, everybody. Your pal Vern is on his way.
We ready?
The supply should be this way. Let's move.
Uh-oh, our potion stock's running low. We'll be okay against a few goblins, right?
Hopefully. Just don't overdo it. Sure hope Vern's okay.
He was really down, wasn't he? Poor Vern.
Get out of our way! We're in a hurry here!
Here's a fun
Like that? Catch this! Hold steady!
Damn, they're back for more. Right when we were about to cross the finish line.
I see people! Over there, by the supplies! We have to go help them!
You reap what you sow.
Folks doing okay?
Skyfair! We're doing better now. We need these supplies to repair Tempeal.
Please, could you protect them? We're on it. Take cover, okay?
I think that was the last of them.
Thank you. You've saved Tempeal's future.
Heads up, goblin reinforcements.
DJ Coolcat, 4,234 is first.
Yeah, welcome in,
Did
man.
you miss me? Took me forever to catch up.
Vern!
Vern, was that an explosive? When did you get bombed?
Here from more of those stinking gobbles. Can you take them?
Sure can.
Not too much yourself? How's your night going? Nice.
If those goblins manage to steal any more of the supplies, then the relief effort's good as done. No kidding. They've already hauled half our grain to higher ground.
Higher ground? Sounds like a job for a cool dragon.
That's a great idea, Vern. Put your wings to use.
Are you sure you can manage? What if the goblins spot you?
Piece of cake. I'll be back in 30 seconds or your money back. I found some of the stolen supplies. They're safe and sound. Here's the second part. I appreciate it. Potion. Everyone feeling better?
Thanks, Vern. You're a lifesaver.
Those goblins are getting nasty.
Decimate!
Fall for their tricks.
Looking good. Here's a little just like that.
Those stinking gobbos didn't get a single sack.
The enemy have started their retreat. I think the worst has passed.
Thanks to you Skyfarers, Tempeal's finally gonna be rebuilt. We owe you everything. Vern was the real MVP.
Aw, shucks. I bet you say that to all your lifelong pals.
Good work. Now let's get back out there. After we'd secured the supplies, Vern talked about how he didn't think he was good enough for the crew. Obviously, he was the only one that felt that way. I'd always appreciated his support. During fights, he was a supply runner, lookout, and cheerleader. And both on and off the battlefield, he was my courage. But even the best people, and dragons, get discouraged sometimes. I really should have been more vocal about my appreciation. I made sure he knows now. We won the day because he came flying to the rescue. Just like I knew he would.
I'll always be there for you, pal.
He was back to his old self, basking in the praise of the crew. Which caused his ego to swell like a balloon, but hey, who doesn't need a little confidence boost after a dip? And Vern, let me just say it now. I value you. And all the hard work you do. From the bottom of my heart, thank you.
Good day.
Sometime after our mission in Tempeal, we bumped into the old merchant in Folca.
Well, look who the cat dragged in. Thanks for handling things in Tempeal. You all deserve the best.
Tempeal had been roughed up by Furican's rampage, and all of the locals were busy repairing the damage. The work we did that day had been crucial to those recovery efforts.
Out of curiosity, my young lizard friend, were you much help to your crew?
Uh-oh. He said the L word. I turned to Vern, ready for his usual furious tagline.
Thanks, Pops. You really helped me see the light.
Huh. This was new. The old man threw an apple to Vern, and they exchanged a nod. Then, without explaining this bizarre bond between them that just came out of the blue, he left.
Does anyone else feel like the space-time continuum just broke?
Io was staring, dumbfounded at the small dragon, who was already happily munching away on a tart Granny Smith. Had he matured? Enough to ignore his most hated of hated insults?
Seriously, this is just too much to believe. He called you a lizard and everything. Maybe the ship will be a little quieter from now on, huh?
Hold it! I ain't no lizard! And don't you say that in front of the apple. What if it hears you?
Maybe he'd get there in another adventure or two.
You think you know the sky and wind, but then you come to a foreign land, where unfamiliar songs on the air beckon you toward the unknown.
Catalina, where do you think this breeze is coming from?
The wind rustled Lyria's hair affectionately as she spoke. From somewhere far, far away. Much time has passed since Lyria and I escaped from the Erste Empire and met the captain in the woods of Zinkenstill. I found myself thankful that the sky has no limit, because no matter how many journeys I've made at her side, there will always be more to look forward to. Lyria and I first crossed paths when I was still a knight of Erste, and she a tool in the Empire's mad experiments on dark essence. So you're Lyria. I was appointed to stay by her side as both captor and guardian. She reminded me of a beautifully crafted puppet, never moving or speaking unless commanded. Her expression was fixed, and her eyes were bright, but cold, as if made of glass. Moved to pity, I wanted at the very least to light a smile on her face, but I may as well have been talking to a doll. I couldn't find the part of her that was alive. It wasn't until many days had escaped us that I realized Lyria was a real girl with a feeling soul. She simply didn't know how to act like one. So, I taught her to laugh when she felt joy and cry when she felt sadness. Through books and reverie, I taught her to long for the outside world. And when colors on a page were no longer enough, I took her hand and led her to the roof of the military base. The illustrations Lyria had seen were lovely, but the sky now stretching above her was boundless and so luminous that it drew forth tears. And finally, her blue eyes shone, as if they were two patches of sky lit by a sun from within her. That sun melted my heart. There, with the open air as our witness, I made her a promise. Someday, we'll sail this endless world together. I swear it. As the bond between us grew, so did the cruelty of the experiments they performed on Lyria. Lyria doesn't belong here. No living creature does. The shining empire I served now became to me a place clouded by doubt. Day after day, a battle raged within me. Between the knight loyal to her flag and the guardian who wanted to set a sad girl free. Then, one day, a memory of Lyria's response on the roof broke through like a clear ray of light.
Really? You'll show me this endless world?
I had made a vow. There was no more question where my allegiance lay. I took her hand once again. This time, not to simply gaze at the sky, but to leap into it. And I did it for myself as much as I did it for her. Sometime after the commotion at Tempeal, life in Folca began to struggle towards normalcy. The breeze was soft and welcoming. I'd been blind to the city's charms before, focused as I was on rescuing Lyria from the Church of Avia. The sun watched over the victims of Furikin's rage as they raised new homes for themselves from the rubble. But once scars have set in, they are slow to fade. Here and there, the children of Tempeal labored with tools too large for their hands. I offered my aid, but the children said their work was their responsibility.
As long as you're sure you'll be okay.
Some distance away, a small boy burst into a red-faced fit. Lyria and I rushed over, hoping to be of help.
Don't try and stop me! I have to do this!
He hurled his words like stones as he whipped into a run. Concerned, I asked a nearby man about the boy. He explained that the boy's sister was ill, and the lad was after the remedy, an herb called windcrest. The sickness was assumed to have died out hundreds of years ago, but had now returned to torment the child.
And if that's not enough, I heard the woods where windcrest grows have turned into a monster den.
The boy had struck out alone. Folca had no soldiers to spare, for they were all dispatched to Tempeal for the reconstruction effort. No one was left to answer his pleas, but I would. In my heart, I vowed to bring back the child, and if possible, the herb too. I prayed only that I wasn't too late. I'll take point.
According to that old villager, this is the place we want to be.
Perfect. Keep your eyes peeled for Windcrest. Earth spirits. Strange. We didn't see any the last time we were here.
Seems like they're attracted to the wind. Maybe they can feel its power.
There's nothing to feel the fight!
You monster!
Close call.
Inhibiting
down, everyone! Try this!
Catch this!
Into the fray! Got you! We can't rest yet.
Agreed. Let's move.
Now! Heal! We turned the tide.
I guess so.
No more!
You like that?
Monster!
It doesn't seem like he's here. Let's retrace our steps and look somewhere else.
Hey, welcome in, Flower. How's it going? Pretty good. Tonight's a focus on Fate episodes, which is basically like stories per character, as far as I've unlocked them anyway.
You got it!
You're not getting away! You're unstoppable, Eugen!
Ah, don't make me blush!
Yeah, that should be more than enough.
We still haven't located the boy. What? Where is that coming from?
I don't know, but it can't be a good sign. We better hurry.
So each character has something called Fate episodes, which is kind of like chapters of story mixed with occasional little quests like this. And the further you get in the main story of the game, the more of their chapters you unlock. Yeah, I have a PS3. I fixed it last year. That was actually one of my first streams was on a PS3 in August. It's like the fourth PS3 I've had, but it's lasted a long time.
What was up with that thudding earlier? Maybe we should check it out.
Yeah,
A golem.
but I don't remember
So
it.
that's
It's
what
been
was
that
behind
long.
the tremors.
Crap, it spotted us! Get ready for a fight! Take that!
Blast through him! You reap what you sow!
Enchanted land!
Are you injured? Thanks for the heal.
I'll finish this! Light wall! Enough of you!
clear.
But of course.
Monster! Don't get careless!
Wonderful.
Everyone okay? This'll show them!
No escape! You're finished!
It was me.
Good!
I heard Hurricane's voice just now. I think that when Hurricane covered this archipelago in storm, some of its power fused with the land and the monster.
There's nothing to fear.
Like that?
I'll finish this.
Looking good!
Have a face full.
Winter's
That's a little pain.
Right!
Keep your cool, everyone. Guard!
I get some of that Hurricane juice too. This golem is up.
We can't afford to let it run free. Not while that boy remains missing.
This'll show them!
How long is it?
Let me show you how it's done.
Leave it to me. Fall now, rest in peace. Captain,
My turn now! Tempest Flame! Oigan!
Yep. Your time's up.
Bring it! Ascension!
Do
do
it.
it again.
Come on. Hit them all at once.
Right. One fell blow.
No, I don't think so.
Gravity well.
Is it safe now? I recognize that voice.
Yeah, I recognize that title. If I saw some screenshots, like I'll take a look later. If I saw some screenshots, I'd remember. I'm pretty sure I've played it, but I know I haven't beat it.
With a final death knell, the golem stilled. The boy crawled out from the tall grass, and I pressed the wind crest into his trembling hand.
Wow! Now I can save my sister! You're the best, lady!
He smiled at me, and with a great burden lifted from his shoulders, skipped the whole way back to Folka. As I watched his happy shuffle, I wished more joy and color into his life of toil, which had been covered by the dust of destruction.
I always remember if I've completed a game, but I don't always remember if I've played it, if I didn't complete it. Wow, that's a long time. Maybe I only played the first one. I'm not sure.
Hello.
We made medicine from the wind crest you picked. The doctor said Hazel looks better every day. This morning, she was able to get out of bed and do some drawing. She loves drawing pictures. Thanks again, Catalina. From Al.
And Hazel.
P.S. Please visit Folka when you have a chance.
Oh yeah? See, I can't go any further with Catalina's story. I'd have to progress further in the main story. And for each episode of the Fate episodes, for each character, you get like bonuses. Like better attack or whatever. Attack bonuses.
Piloting an airship ain't easy work, but whether it's plotting a windward course or conducting some routine maintenance, you can always count on experience and intuition. Ha! Just a little further! Finally, the Grand Cipher broke through the nebulous shadows and turbulent winds of the Grim Basin, and to greet us on the other end was our reward, the brilliant clear blue. It was a panoramic azure, dappled by silver-white clouds and gleaming from the light of a new day. Always an exhilarating sight to behold. And judging by the cries of celebration starting to spread across the deck, I took it my crewmates would agree.
My last stream of this game, actually, I tried against the final boss of Chapter 9 like, I don't know, 5 or 6 times before I gave up. Just underleveled and underskilled. So for this stream, I'm just doing some like random stuff. Fate episodes and maybe some side quests if I do all the ones I can here and still have time.
Damn, who'd have ever thought a young dreamer from Port Breeze would make it all the way out to these skies? The Grand Cipher and I, we'd gone through thick and thin together. It's a long story, but it all started on that fateful day I met the captain. I haven't looked back since. Right then, landing maintenance. Fuel stores, full. Engine, all clear. We were ready to disembark into the unknown. What awaited us in the Zega Grande Skydom? As uneasy as I was, I couldn't help but feel a teensy bit giddy with excitement. Ah, the Grand Cipher. Ever since I found her abandoned behind a cliff, it was love at first sight. I was just a kid, but I had lofty dreams of repairing that ramshackle airship and taking her to the skies. Back then, I didn't know the difference between a porthole and port side, but I was determined. I dove into books bigger than my head, and I learned basic airship repair, helmsmanship, the whole kit and caboodle. After a ton of elbow grease, the day had come. The Grand Cipher was finally ready for a test flight. I still remember how my hands trembled as I grabbed the rudder. And wouldn't you know it, she actually lifted off the ground for me. Nothing quite like watching your first love take to the skies, is there? But before I could take it all in, my dreams came crashing down. I mean, literally. The Grand Cipher sunk like a damn meteor. 100 different things could have caused it, but that didn't matter. Years of work went kaput in the blink of an eye. Betrayed by the very skies I longed for, I was crushed. Looking back now, it sounds stupid, I know, but it really felt like I had nothing to live for. I put all my hopes into that hunk of scrap. Laugh if you want, but some pits are too deep to crawl out of, especially when you look up for freedom and all you see is the expansive crystal blue of your tormentor. Don't worry, my pity party wouldn't last for too much longer. You see, my dreams had crashed like a meteor. But ironically enough, it was the meteoric rise of the iirc Empire that would bring the captain into my life. Salvation was on the horizon. Just as I'd given up on flying, the Earthstay Empire had arrived in Port Breeze, and they were hell-bent on exploiting our local protector, the primal beast of wind, Tiamat. Their twisted machinations caused her to go on a rampage. Port Breeze was in peril. Fortunately, we had an ace up our sleeve, Lyria.
Speaking of Twitch, shout out to FlowerGirl93, also streams occasionally.
FlowerGirl93 was most recently streaming Everybody's Golf. Hot shots.
Thing is, Lyria needed to get close to Tiamat, which meant we had to go up. And to go up, we needed to fly. Thought I'd already closed that chapter of my life when the skies betrayed me, but lives were on the line. Quick, get on the Grand Cipher! I don't know what got into me. She fell once before. Hell, I knew she might fall again. Nothing like a healthy fear of death to keep you grounded, eh? But the people of Port Breeze and my new crewmates had entrusted their fates to my piloting skills. My own fear was insignificant.
Okay, I'm looking at it.
All I needed to do was trust myself too. It's a damn shame it took me this long. But I'm back now, and ready to face the skies if you'll have me. As the Grand Cipher's engine purred to life, I knew I would no longer be encumbered by fear. I gripped the mast with pride as I set our course directly above to the rampaging Tiamat. Lyria quelled the primal beast, and catastrophe had been averted. Not to mention, I could finally dream again. Ever since that day, I've been the helmsman for the Grand Cipher and its crew. It's been one hell of a ride. I've since formed a pact with good old Tiamat and made amends with the shipwright Primal who built the Grand Cipher, Noah.
Is that a alt account?
So, Zega Grande Skydom might be uncharted territory, but my role remains the same. See our crew arrive safely, no matter the destination. And that includes Estalucia. Some folks might call reaching the end of the skies an impossible dream, but I ain't too worried. With the Grand Cipher as our wings, anything's
I have
possible.
one too. Yippee-ki-yay. Doesn't really matter. We're allowed to have multiple accounts. On Twitch, anyway.
Call it a side effect of being a helmsman, but my ears tend to laser in on any talk of airships. Then again, damn near anybody could have heard this guy shouting.
No! No! You can't do this! She's still skyworthy! She can still fly!
The distraught man was making a scene outside. 3 seemingly unfazed onlookers surrounded him. Between all the belly aching, I pieced together the man's story. He was an engineer, was upset that an airship called the Nautilus was set to be decommissioned. His 3 friends, meanwhile, were telling him to see reason that an old ship like that would be more useful as scrap.
It's got more followers than my alt.
Reminded me of the Port Breeze days, back when my own dreams seemed like unscalable walls. The 3 onlookers were a young helmsman, a young mechanic, and an older merchant. They presented a unified front against the engineer, countering each of his arguments threefold whenever he opened his mouth to protest.
Yeah, you could, but you'd need a capture card and like a cheap-ish laptop or something. Oh, okay. Yeah. My EPK's got 0 followers.
As much as I wanted to help the guy, the trio were speaking the truth. Repairing the damn thing would cost buckets of rupees, and you can't fix an airship on gumption alone. Trust me, I've tried. Them's the breaks, kid.
I turned to leave. None of my business, right? But dumb old me, I had to pause as my ears caught what he said next.
We made a pact, didn't we? Don't you remember? The Nautilus. You promised that we would take her to the skies.
He could barely hold it together. You could hear it in his voice, the desperation as he clung to a quickly fading dream. It was a feeling all too familiar to me.
I mean, sure, the Nautilus may be old, but she's got plenty of potential. She could easily outpace any other cargo ship in the fleet, at least 3 times faster.
Found the poor bastard blathering his woes at a tavern in Folka. The seat next to his happened to be conveniently open, so I took it. Without so much as asking my name, he launched into story after story. It was clear he still needed to vent. Apparently, he just recently started his career as an engineer. Planned on restoring the Nautilus. It would revitalize the local economy, help Folka this, assist Timpil that. He went on and on. But I knew he wasn't going to feel better until he confronted the actual issue at hand. Don't get me wrong, I think it's great you want to help your home like this, but that's not the real reason you're upset, is it?
That obvious, huh? I made a promise to my friends. One day we'd fly our beloved Nautilus across the skies together.
But the ship in question was long past its heyday and had deteriorated beyond the point of conventional repair. Time is a cruel but patient mistress, and among the original Nautilites, only Kent had yet to accept reality. After he finished his explanation, silence fell between us. Well, until another man frantically stumbled into the tavern. I'd seen him somewhere before. Oh yeah, one of the naysayers from earlier, the merchant.
Somebody help! Anybody! Monsters are ransacking my precious cargo!
I was torn. Do my civil duty as a skyfarer and save the cargo, or help this ass determined to crush the dreams of my newfound friend? So, I asked Kent.
What? Of course you should help him!
Yeah, I'll type it since my speech to text can't seem to figure out what I'm saying, obviously, since it's not a real word.
Not a moment's hesitation from the kid. I liked that. This would have been the perfect moment to ensure the continued survival of the Nautilus, at least in the short term. But despite that, Kent didn't think twice about helping his fellow man.
Yeah, it's inspired by Bruce Willis, right? Yippee-ki-yay, right? But because my my Twitch thing's Eepy, right? So I figured Yippee-ki-yay is a good name for my bot.
Hell yeah, Kent. I'll see what I can do.
Oh boy. Duty calls.
According to the merchant, our destination should be around here. I just hope there's anything left to save. Let's get moving.
TGEMF? What's that?
Goblins? What the hell are they doing here?
Come on!
I'll say we didn't warn you.
Come on! Have a face for
180-second ad break starts now.
Not bad, if I say so myself. Now then, where were we?
Go time! Take that!
Yeah, exactly. I don't imagine that would have gone over well. In fact, they probably would have changed it to something random and given it a suspension or something, who knows. At least they're allowing us to merge chat now, so I can show chat from the different platforms. I'm showing it from 3 right now anyway. That's why it shows like the Twitch icon before the stuff you say, because now I'm showing it from Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble all at the same time. Yep, ad break. So break time, be right back. Nice. Thanks for giving it a follow. Yeah. Originally I was multi-streaming to 7 platforms. To Twitch, YouTube, Rumble, X, Kick, DLive, and Trovo. But I ended up abandoning DLive, Trovo, and Kick because basically there was mostly just the chat was join my Discord, buy my art, look at my art, and so on, and all that kind of stuff. The only real engagement that I've had from people and growth that's been seems legit anyway is X and Twitch and YouTube and Rumble. So those are the 4 I stream to now. And I haven't written integration for X chat yet into this, but I'll get to it, and then I'll have all 4 on screen for everybody. So also thank you, Twitch, for changing your policies so that we can have all of our chats merged. Appreciate that. They actually just changed that recently. That's been a point of contention for some time. So it's nice that, now we can do that without violating their policies here, their terms of service or whatever.
Cargo we're looking for. Cargo's safe and sound.
Even though generally all of the chat that I get is coming from Twitch, I occasionally do get ones on YouTube and Rumble. I have it turned off for X right now because I can't show it anyway and I don't monitor it.
Bring it! Victory time!
Yeah, it's been kind of weird a few times where I was talking to people while I'm streaming and nobody on Twitch or anywhere else knew what they were saying, and I'm not really good about repeating what people say to me.
Heads up, people! Fire in the hole! It's over! Bring in the butt!
So the big shot finally decided to show up, huh?
Well, you're going down like the rest of them. Hard enough for you? Don't let up!
You monsters screwed up big time today, because you chose to mess with the best crew to ever cross these skies.
Ha! No need to thank me.
Luckily, I've really leveled up this guy, so it was no effort to get through that.
Oh, you're a lifesaver. How could I ever thank you?
You want to thank someone? Thank him. I gestured toward Kent. The man's face filled with shame as the irony dawned on him.
So it was you, huh? Hey, listen. I'm sorry about earlier. I could have heard you out.
After the merchant left, I wanted to focus on the next goal at hand. Putting some wind back in the Nautilus's sails. So I proceeded to do some intelligent and, dare I say, brilliant thinking on the topic when Kent asked what I was talking about. Whoops.
Must have been thinking out loud again. You just wait and see.
Need something?
How many times do I gotta say it? Getting parts to fix the Nautilus out here in the boonies is next to impossible.
I've never been good with women. My words never come out quite the way I mean for them to. I thought maybe Miss Mechanic would be on board, but I probably shouldn't be doing this behind Kent's back anyway.
I'm telling you, I've tried everything. Sure, I'd love to see her fly again, but it's time to... get real. Right?
Hey, come on. That was against the rules. How was I supposed to keep a stern attitude against that blubbering mess? When I finally got a word in edgewise, I let her know I already had the parts she needed. Picked them up here and there, across Fanta Grande and Nala Grande.
Yeah, I do that quite often too, but not streaming because it's kind of like boring for the viewers if I'm just like running around in circles, grinding somewhere or whatever.
Here, this what you need? I'll cut you a deal.
Wait, how? Where in the skies did you find these?
But like I would if I got stuck somewhere. Like now I'm going through these to get some bonuses and hear the stories, and then I'll go through some side quests because I'm under-leveled to continue with the main story, at least at my skill level.
Caught up in her excitement, she leapt at me. Whoa, not so close, Missy. Of course, she paid me no regard. It was the parts she had her eyes on.
But I'm also in no hurry to finish this. The expansion's not out until July, and I'm also going to be playing Dragonkin, which I just started like a day or two ago. And I'm also going to be playing Crimson Desert starting tomorrow, and Screamer on the 23rd, and like other new releases coming up, so whatever. But I'll be continuing this one in between other stuff.
Some modifications here and there, I could... Yeah. Can't believe it. The dream is alive.
Yep, the dream was alive. She didn't have to say it. The look on her face was enough. All that hubbub from earlier was nowhere to be found. After forking over the payment, she happily took the spare parts off my hands.
Which one was that?
She also made sure to plant a big fat kiss on my cheek before scurrying off. Jeez, at least warn a guy beforehand, right? Women, I swear. In any case, the winds were starting to blow back in their favor.
Rackham, there you are. I've got huge news. Listen to this.
It was clear from Kent's smile that the repairs on the Nautilus were going smoothly, thanks to a mechanic friend of his. Well, ain't that something? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't impressed. Those parts weren't the easiest to work with. Not bad, Miss Mechanic.
Rackham, sir? My friend told me she got the parts from a traveling Skyfarer. Had 3-day-old scruff and a little swagger to him. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you?
Huh. Well, I keep my scruff in an elegant chin strap. Thank you very much. Not sure I sounded very convincing trying to play off his answer, but I'm a helmsman, not an actor.
Okay, I played Final Fantasy IV on the Nintendo DS way back.
Huh. But just another performance or two, and the Nautilus would be skybound once more.
I hadn't met Master Zaka on that fateful day, if he hadn't saved me, there's no way I'd be where I am now. I'm from the Vault's Duchy, where the weather's sweltering all year long, thanks to a river of lava that flows through the island. My hometown might not have been the most scenic place, but as long as I had Master Zaka with me, I was happy. After traveling for so long, I can finally say that with pride. Before I left on my journey, I was completely clueless. When my master went missing, I just ran around like a chicken with its head cut off. I was looking for something, anything that would help me find him, and that's when I met the crew. The reason behind his disappearance turned out to be even worse than I could have imagined. The Earthstate Empire had driven him out of his mind. They had manipulated him into awakening the primal beast that had lain dormant beneath the ground. Colossus. Fortunately, I was able to break through to him, thwarting the Empire's attempt to exploit Colossus's powers for conquest. I learned that they were doing all sorts of horrible things, even to their own people, in order to achieve their goals.
Yeah, those names sound familiar. I'm pretty sure we've played the same one.
My master was a kind person who never hesitated to help those in need. I resented the Empire for making him suffer. And I couldn't just sit around when there was work to be done.
Yeah, I was really young when I played it. I don't really remember it. I didn't finish it, but I got... Oh, maybe I did? I don't know. I got really far anyway.
That's why I decided to join the crew. To stick it to those Empire jerks and give their victims something to smile about.
That's really way too long ago to remember for sure. I'd have to look up when the DS came out, but that's gotta be like forever ago now. Yeah, it came out in 2004. I'll see what year the game came out. Yeah, North American release of Final Fantasy IV for the DS was in 2008. So 18 years ago.
A few years before I met the crew, I lost my parents to an epidemic. I mourned their deaths for who knows how long. I could barely even bring myself to face reality each morning. With no living relatives and vaults, I was like a ship adrift at sea. I had nowhere to go and nowhere to belong.
Yeah, Final Fantasy II for the Nintendo is 1988.
Until one day, my master reached out his hand to me. I was so depressed I just kept staring at the ground. That gentle smile never left his face as he asked me, "Why do you look so sad?" There was something in his voice that made me look up. When I did, a beautiful bouquet of flowers appeared in his hand, seemingly out of thin air. I had no idea how he'd done it, but I knew it must have been some kind of parlor trick. But he insisted it was magic. What a goofball, right? Saying that when he can use real magic. But it was just the magic I needed at that moment. Beautiful and kind. He went on to show me all kinds of incredible spells, the likes of which I'd never seen before. Watching him made me smile at a time when I thought I'd forgotten how. My master would always say that magic exists to make people happy.
I think in 2000 I might have been playing the original Baldur's Gate. I don't remember for sure. Yeah, that came out in 1998, so that tracks.
Something about that spoke to me. It made me want to become a mage, just like him. So I signed myself up as his disciple, begging him to teach me magic. I'll never forget how happy I was when he told me I had talent. After all, if he was right, that meant I had the potential to make people smile too. One day, shortly after I joined the crew, I suddenly lost the ability to use magic.
Yeah, 98. For the N64.
No matter how many times I tried casting a spell, nothing happened. I had no clue what to do. The rest of the crew thought Master Zaka might have the answers I needed, so we set sail for Vaults. It'd been forever since I'd been back home. My master was thrilled to see how much I'd grown. I opened my mouth to ask him about my problem, but when I saw how happy he looked, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. I'd promised him that I'd come back as a great mage, but there I was, unable to cast even a single spell. The last thing I wanted was for him to be disappointed in me. Around that time, an epidemic returned to Vaults. The same disease that had claimed the lives of my parents. Wanting to keep it from spreading any further, my master headed to the clinic to speak with the people who'd been infected. But he ended up getting sick too. The source of the epidemic turned out to be an evil spirit that revealed itself to us right there in the clinic. I immediately confronted it. That rotten creature had already taken my parents from me. I wasn't gonna let it take anyone else. Determined to make it pay, I raised my staff, but nothing happened. I'll never forget how it felt to watch, helplessly, as my parents' killer got away. The crew gave chase, but I continued to stand where I was. Without my magic, I didn't see the point. I'd just end up getting in the way. All I could do was watch as my master suffered, withering away. Nothing had changed since the last time.
WKC? Oh, White Knight Chronicles.
But you know, it wasn't all bad.
That's still exclusive to PS3, I guess?
In search of a solution to my magic loss at the local library, I happened to come across a beautiful golden staff. One left to me by my mother. That's when Master Zaka revealed that my mother had been a mage too. On the verge of tears, I clenched my staff tightly in frustration. My beloved home and master were being threatened by a disease-spreading spirit, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. Just as I began feeling completely hopeless, the staff began to glow. Somehow I could feel it encouraging me, empowering me.
Yeah, we've lost a lot of games. It'd be really nice to see a lot of PS3 games make it to a modern remake or remaster at least.
So what if I couldn't use magic? Surely there were other ways to help everyone. Unable to stand around doing nothing any longer, I ran off to find the crew.
I got a couple games off the PlayStation Store for the PS3 last year, but I think they shut it down since then, or they're going to. So now it's like if you don't have a physical copy of a game, you can't play them.
When I finally tracked
Or already
them down,
installed.
they'd already been rendered powerless by the disease. That left me as the only person who could fight. There wasn't a second to lose. It was that moment when I decided I was done running away. I'd promised myself a long time ago that I was going to use my magic to make people happy. Filled with newfound resolve, I heard a voice coming from the staff. Is that you? The voice told me to visualize the power flowing through me. As I did, I could feel magic welling up inside me, flooding out from deep within. With my mom's help, I was able to defeat the evil spirits. As soon as it was gone, light erupted from my staff.
I used to collect physical for everything, like literally hundreds. Probably at least 200 physical PS3 games. But at one point I needed money pretty bad, so I sold most of them and got like next to nothing for them too, right? And now like they're all worth so much.
I turned to see the rest of the crew climbing to their feet, their symptoms gone. The power spread through the entire island of Waltz Duchy, eliminating the disease and bringing smiles back to the people. Things were a little touch and go there for a while, but in the end, everyone pulled through. And I've been able to use my magic without any issue ever since. I just know it's because my mom is watching over me through my staff. Thanks to her, I can keep traveling with the crew, using the staff she left me to bring out more smiles along the way.
Yeah, I can actually use the PlayStation 5 DualSense controllers on the PS3. I got a thing to let me use them on it. Hang on a second. So I don't know if you can see that well in the camera, but that's a Brook Wingman XE2. So basically you just plug that into the PS3 and then you can plug your DualSense controller into it and it's just like a native controller. You can even do like system reset and everything else with it as if it was an actual PS3 controller, which is really cool.
While out running errands in Folka one day, I came across a crowd of people in the town square. But from the sounds of things, it wasn't a friendly get-together.
I hate you all! Mom, Dad, everybody in this stupid town!
The boy shouted angrily at the adults and took off running, right into me. We both landed on our backsides.
I don't know. Let me check. Nope. Do you use a headset for anything with it?
Sheesh! Watch where you're going, kid! And that's when I noticed the tears streaming down his face. He was clearly upset about something. Hey, you okay? The boy hopped to his feet without a word, shooting me a glare before sprinting away.
I don't even remember. Did the PS3s have a headphone jack on the controllers?
One of the adults started to follow after him, but...
Please, Doctor, there's not much time.
Oh, but actually there is one thing that these can't do, which is start the console by pressing the PlayStation button. Aside from that, I'm not aware of anything as far as limitations. Yeah, that would explain it, I guess.
The crowd stopped him in his tracks.
But I can't just... No, you're right. My patients need me. Forgive me, Lev.
Yeah, the only limitation that I'm aware of as far as like converting a DualSense to work on a PlayStation 3 using one of these is that you can't turn on the console by pressing the button.
The man closed his eyes, muttered something to the townspeople, and ran off in the opposite direction.
But I mean, for me it's perfect because I can use the same DualSense controllers on PlayStation 3, 4, and 5.
Wait, that kid was crying! You're not gonna go after him?
Yeah, but I don't think you can do system reset with it, right?
I shouted after the man's back, but he either didn't hear me, or pretended not to. Then I felt a gentle hand on my shoulder.
Like it'll tell you plug an authentic PlayStation 3 controller in and press the whatever when you try and like reinstall the operating system. That was like the main problem I had to get a genuine PS3 controller in good shape these days is just ridiculous pricing.
I'm sure he wants to, sweetheart. You see, that boy is his son.
The boy's name was Lev. His father was a doctor, with many patients needing urgent care, so he had no choice but to ask the townspeople to find a son for him.
I actually have a PlayStation 4 Pro also, but I don't use it now. So I had replaced the hard drive in it with an SSD, and that like made it great compared to like how it comes. But then I ripped the SSD out of it last year to like get my backup laptop working. So now my PlayStation 4 Pro is sitting there with no drive in it. But if I ever want to use it again, it's pretty cheap to pick up an SSD for it.
I knew I should mind my own business, but I couldn't get the poor kid's face
PlayStation
out of my
5
head.
can play any
He
4
was
games
probably
anyway,
hiding
so
somewhere
whatever.
all by himself, crying his eyes out. I understood all too well how painful it felt to be alone. When Master Sokka reached out to me, it changed my life forever. Maybe it was my turn to do the same for someone else. I turned to ask the crew if we could join the search, but they were already gearing up to head after him. It seemed we'd all had the same idea.
Yeah, but I did the same thing. Like my PlayStation 3 had a lot of problems. It was overheating, so I redid the thermal paste and pads on it. The drive was messed up, so I replaced it with an SSD. So like to reinstall your PlayStation 3 on an SSD, it's full system reset, right?
Just you wait, Lev, I thought to myself. I was gonna find him and put a smile back on his face, even if it meant sticking my nose where it didn't belong.
But same as the PS4 Pro. Like while I was refurbing my PS3, I also replaced the thermal paste and pads on my PS4 Pro and replaced the drive with an SSD. So for a time I had all 3 consoles, 3, 4 Pro, and 5 working perfectly, which was nice. But now like I never play anything on 3, it's been off for months, even though it turns on every day checking for updates by itself in the morning. Yeah, exactly. That's why, you know, I wanted to get to working again. I mean, the drawback is I'm not really going to be playing anything anyway. I keep playing new stuff for PlayStation 5, and I have so many 4 and 5 games in the library. A lot I haven't even tried yet, so... I'd have to be feeling really nostalgic to like pick one up and buy it. Which I did. I got my 3 platinums for the Final Fantasy 13 trilogy last year. After I got my PS3 working again, I did all 3 Final Fantasy 13 games in a row for their platinums. Well, I actually had the platinum for part 1, but I got part 2 and Lightning Returns off the PlayStation Store, digital versions, and then I completed those and got the platinums.
The villagers didn't seem too worried about Lev. According to them, he'd have to venture much deeper into the forest before encountering any monsters. But that wasn't the issue. It seemed like nobody wanted to talk about why he'd run off in the first place. It was an obvious cry for help, and nobody was helping. I went through the same thing back in the day. Even after I met my master, there were times when the loss of my parents was just too much to bear. I didn't go so far as to run from home, but I'd sit alone in the corner of my room, hugging my knees to my chest and crying.
Hang on a sec. Oh, sorry for that noise. Thought I had it muted, but I guess not. So, my only PlayStation 3 physical game is part 1 of the Final Fantasy 13 trilogy. And my only 2 physical PC games I guess they're backwards. I could flip the camera, but I'm not going to bother. Well, maybe. There you go. Blur and Crazy Taxi 3 High Roller.
Whenever Master Zaka found me like that, he'd always perform a silly magic trick to cheer me up.
I basically got rid of all physical stuff. Except for movies. I've got like hundreds of movies, like Blu-rays and DVDs.
Just like me, all Lev wanted was for someone to find him, to take his hand. So he went off on his own in the hopes that someone would come for him. I'm sure he knew it was selfish, but it was the only card he felt he had left.
Do you think this means Lev doesn't want to live at home anymore?
I had a feeling that wasn't the case. He's probably just going through a rebellious phase.
Oh, that's when kids start arguing and acting out, right? Catalina told me it's pretty common. Did you have a phase like
Lyria's question was innocent enough, but I was too embarrassed to admit that I'd ever got off alone because I wanted someone to pay attention to me. Heck no! That's not something befitting of a grown lady like myself. So what if I told a little lie? Our biggest concern right now was Lev, who was out there, probably crying with his back up against some rough, silent tree.
Yeah, those are, well, Blur is a racing game. I've streamed that one. And Crazy Taxi 3, I don't know if you know the Crazy Taxi series, but you drive around as a taxi driver, picking people up and dropping people off. Basically, that's about it.
He needed a friend, and I was more than determined to be one for him.
But I have for PC I have maybe 300 and something games on Good Old Games, GOG.com, and not too many on Steam.
This forest is as huge as ever. I sure hope Lev's okay.
Come on! We gotta find him! And fast!
But like with GOG, you can just like back up your games onto whatever you want, and then they don't need internet and whatever. So basically as close to physical as you could be, aside from like box art and stuff, right?
What are goblins doing here?
Stay calm, everyone.
You reap what you sow. Never think blast through him.
Healing wind!
My thanks.
Gravity wind!
No time to waste. We've gotta find him.
Watch out for the flyers! We're gonna need that magic of yours, yo!
Enchanted land!
Here's a little payback.
Yeah, I remember PlayStation Home. Be nice if they still had that.
That's a lot of monsters! I guess we'll just have to take them all out!
I'm on it!
Incoming!
Come on! Just leave us alone already! Quick! Get in the circle! Bind
He's saved
together!
by bacon.
Breaking leg!
You reap what you sow.
Here we go! One more! Get behind the shield! Finish! Make your end!
Take that! Looks like that's the last of them!
Let's all alone out there! Come on!
Look! There he is! Over there!
Hey, Ugo! I'm the one you want!
Watch out for the shooter!
Enough of you!
Catch this! Try to make it too far away!
Here's a little payback.
Over!
Have a face full of poison.
Higher!
Time's up!
No.
Feel the fun!
Got heal for ya! Here goes! Did I pass?
Stable offense with room for improvement. B+.
Don't worry, they're gone now. You okay?
Yeah. Thanks.
Actually, that game that you play a lot of, Sky, that one's kind of, you know, like run around with people and stuff.
We were lucky we found Lev when we did, or he would have been Monster Chow. But before we could talk to him, the town watch came hurrying over.
Lev, your parents are worried sick about you. Come on, let's go home.
Lev looked away, ignoring the old man's outstretched hand. I could imagine how he was feeling, being treated like he was selfish and immature, when all he wanted was someone to sit down and talk to. The man sighed and scratched his head in frustration.
And they abandoned their app thing with like rewards. You know what I'm talking about? Just recently, like last year, where you could like redeem points. PlayStation Stars, that's it.
Your mom and dad are fine people. Try being a little more considerate, okay?
Lev immediately bristled at those words, breaking his silence.
What do you know? This is all your fault!
PlayStation Stars was a rewards program they had until last year where like every time you buy something, like buy games, you get points. And then you can redeem the points, but you could also like you could redeem the points for like credit on the PlayStation Store. So like get discounts on your games. Or you could redeem them for like special collectibles for like a trophy case kind of thing, right? And you could actually redeem points for games, like full games, if you collected enough points for them. But they just discontinued the program, like last year.
Knocking the man's hand out of the way, he turned and ran deeper into the forest. It was like watching a scene from my own past, but I wished he'd get a grip already. The deeper he went into the forest, the more likely he was to get attacked. We had to hurry. Good day. We all split up to search for Lev so we could cover more ground. I didn't see any trace of him at first, so I thought I must have gone the wrong way. But then I noticed footprints that looked like someone had slipped over a nearby ledge. And sure enough, when I peeked down, I saw a familiar figure sitting hunched over, knees to his chest. He looked a little scraped up, but didn't seem to be hurt badly. I was just glad I'd managed to find him still in one piece.
That's the site. I don't know if it shows anything worth looking at, but maybe you'll recognize it from the logo on it. I don't know.
When I told him I was a Skyfarer, he immediately burst into tears of relief. I could tell he was upset with the villagers about something, and that's why he couldn't be honest with them. But as an outsider, I thought I might have a chance. Watch closely. I'm gonna cast some special magic just for you. It was time for one of my master's patented magic tricks. I showed Lev my empty palm before covering it with a handkerchief. I flung the cloth away, and voila! There was a piece of candy in my hand.
Wow, candy!
Here, you can have it. After devouring the candy, he finally calmed down.
Thanks.
Normally, that would have been enough to lift any kid's spirits. But his face fell again as quickly as it had lit up. I guess he really doesn't want to go home. I decided I wouldn't leave him until there was a smile back on his face. While we were still deep in the woods, I decided to ask Lev up front. Why did you run away? He hesitated at first, but after seeing that I was serious, he started to open up.
My mom and dad used to work as doctors in Tempeal.
Back then, all had been well with their family. But when Furikin went berserk, they lost their home and ended up moving to Folka. And that was when things started to fall apart. His parents began to spend all of their time tending to patients who were affected by the disaster, with hardly a moment's rest. Lev watched as his mom got paler and the black circles under her eyes grew darker and darker. He begged her to take a break, but it was no use. Eventually, she collapsed from overwork.
I told her she wouldn't be able to help people anymore if she got sick. She just wouldn't listen to me.
And here I thought he was just a kid going through a rebellious phase. That wasn't the case at all. That's really grown up of you, Lev. You're just worried about your mom and dad, huh?
It was really only worth it if you, like, spent a lot on the store. You wouldn't really get much from anything else. But, like, I think you could earn points for, like, achieving certain things in games, or, like, you know, playing certain games. But generally the best reward was getting points back on every purchase, right?
Yeah.
After hearing Lev's explanation, I finally understood how he felt. I knew how hard it was watching people you cared about pushing themselves too hard. I couldn't stand to see my master doing it either.
I think it was basically like getting 5% cash back type of deal, you know, with the points.
And that's exactly what was going through Lev's mind. He wasn't being selfish. Everything he did, it was because he loved his parents.
Like, I don't remember exactly how much it was, but maybe like $5 worth of credit for every like $100 that you spent. So like, if you're just like buying new releases and whatever, and then all of a sudden you can like redeem it for gift cards, it was pretty cool to just like get free gift cards here and there.
If it were me in his shoes, I'm sure I'd be worried sick about my parents too. There's nothing wrong with worrying about your parents. I'm sure they're proud to have a son who cares so much.
But
what? Something was still on his mind.
I always wanted to be a great doctor, just like my mom and dad. But after my mom collapsed, I started thinking maybe everybody else was just using them.
Along the way, he'd stopped being able to trust the people of Folka, and he thought feeling that way meant he could never follow in his parents' footsteps. Lev stared at the ground as he spoke, finally confiding his troubles to me. After hearing his story, I began to open up about my own parents. He listened to my words in silence. My parents had also strained themselves too hard after getting sick, and eventually passed away. So Lev's circumstances were all too familiar. Just like him, I felt nothing but bitterness and despair. There was one difference. I've got to admit, I envy you a little. After all, your mom and dad are still alive and well. While we were standing there talking, Lev's parents and the villagers were probably beside themselves with worry, braving the dangers of the forest to search for him.
Yeah, and it's shutting down now anyway, so whatever. And yeah, unless you're like a big spender on the PlayStation Store, it wasn't really like missing out on a lot, right?
When I told him that, Lev finally seemed to grasp the situation.
I really messed up, didn't I? I'm sorry.
Are you sure I'm the person you should be saying that to? I stood up and smiled at Lev. He and his family all seemed like really good people. The only thing they needed to patch their home back together was a long heart-to-heart.
I once gave up being a skyfarer. Also, I could take up arms to protect my home island, Auguste. Man, she was special. You see, there aren't too many places in Fana Grande with oceans, much less ones as gorgeous and pristine as Auguste's. And I'd be damned if I stood by as the iirc Empire sullied its waters with the byproducts of their weapons research. It goes without saying that I enlisted. Good thing, too, because it was in the midst of the ensuing war that I met the Grand Cipher crew. They helped us, the local mercenaries, I mean, take a stand against those Imperial punks. It wasn't a picnic, but we weren't gonna go down without a fight. In the end, the war wasn't decided by either side, but by the patron deity of the land, Leviathan, who damn near drowned Auguste in a fit of rage. Anybody's troubles would have seemed small compared to a battle like that, huh? Well, not long after, as if irony was waiting to bite me on the ass, my estranged daughter showed up out of the blue. I know what you're thinking. What kind of parent wouldn't rejoice at seeing their child again? But it's complicated, and it's all my fault. Man, the way Apollonia looked at me, like a wolf staring down her bunny-eared breakfast. I couldn't face her. But this crew, there was something about their vitality, you know? Here were these young'uns standing against impossible odds and coming out stronger for it. Maybe if this old man took good notes, he could eventually have an honest conversation with his own baby girl. So, I asked to join the crew and took up a life of skyfaring once again. The next time my daughter and I met, I wouldn't let fear and regret keep me from moving forward. How'd me and my daughter end up estranged? Well, the first thing you need to know is that my wife was stricken by a terminal illness. I refused to listen to the doctors. Terminal my foot. Even if there was no cure in Auguste, surely there ought to have been something in other lands. And so, I left my family at home, crisscrossing the skies looking for a cure. Got into a lot of adventures along the way, and somehow ended up making a name for myself. But no matter how far and wide I traveled, the cure eluded me. And while I was away, my wife, she breathed her last. I wasn't there for her when she needed me most. I never even got the chance to say goodbye. Regret and self-loathing crashed over me in never-ending waves, threatening to pull me under. You can't even begin to imagine the pain. And there was nothing I could do about it. It was all my fault. My daughter spent countless days looking after her sick mother, fighting off fear and dread. It's not hard to imagine why she hates me. She must have asked herself time and again, why was her father gallivanting across the skies
180-second
while
ad
his
break
family suffered?
starts in 1 minute.
By the time I finally came home, she was long gone. There were no other relatives to turn to. The only family she'd known was no more. All I could do was stand dazed and helpless in the cold, empty shell of the home we'd made.
I don't have too much experience with the Nintendo games. Although my first console was like original NES, and then I had a Super Nintendo, and I've played like friends Wii and N64s, and like I've watched a lot of streams of Switch and Switch 2 games, but yeah. Mostly PlayStation. That's pretty much, I've had every PlayStation. And I got an Xbox when the original Fable first came out, just to play Fable because it was exclusive at the time. But I didn't keep it. I got rid of the Xbox after I was done with Fable. Yeah, I played the original Zelda and A Link to the Past.
After that, 15 years passed. I met the captain, and through my travels with the crew, reunited with my daughter.
But I know those two big open world ones are like really hot with people.
This might surprise you, but we didn't have a tearful, touching father-daughter reunion the second time around either.
And some other classics, but I haven't played those ones.
I spent so long telling myself that the next time we met, I'd face up to my past. But when the moment came, I froze. What could I possibly say or do for her as a father, after all this time? Any courage I'd mustered withered in the face of her scorn, and I was left standing there, feeling like an old bastard. Sometime after this heartwarming reunion, I bonded with Leviathan, and through our link, saw glimpses of what lay in my daughter's heart.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild. And then what's the other one? The other open world one that's kind of modern-ish?
I thought I had escaped all those painful memories, but here they were. In that world created by the pact with Leviathan, my wife was still alive. I saw how things might have been if I had done things differently. Of course, I knew none of this was real, but I would rather stay in a world of memory than live in a cold, lonely reality without her. But she wasn't having any of that. She said I couldn't sacrifice my future to dwell in the past. She made me promise to fix things between myself and our daughter. Said she'd boot me out of the ocean if I came back without completing my task.
Yeah, that's it.
Her words finally gave me the push I needed to face my past and start on the path to a brighter future. They gave me the strength to fight for my daughter in her hour of need. And I'd like to think that I finally did something fatherly, if only just the once. Of course, I don't expect our relationship to be mended with one conversation or act of bravery. But little by little, I think we're getting there.
Is that the older of the two?
When Tempeal was hit by a devastating storm, refugees flocked to the safe haven of Folka. We heard the news and docked on the island, which was buzzing with activity.
Does the story continue directly from it?
It was clear. All hands were needed on deck as reconstruction efforts got underway. So we walked through the city, looking out for opportunities to help. That's when we saw a distressed young draft. We didn't know the details, but it was plain as day that something wasn't right. He was stumbling around, eyes unfocused, and staring into space. I couldn't shake the feeling that we shouldn't leave him on his own. So we ended up trailing him. We came to the edge of a cliff. Though the morning sun shone on our faces, a frigid wind blew down our backs. The draft just stood at the edge, staring at something only he could see. "Hey, careful there! With the wind whipping around like this, you might lose your footing!" The draft whirled around, taken off guard. After a while, he looked away, shrugging.
Thanks for your concern.
You look like you've got something on your mind. If you want a friendly ear, you've got him here.
I guess I do.
He smiled, though the expression didn't reach his eyes. The draft introduced himself as Karzeda. Back in Tempeal, he was a jeweler's apprentice.
My childhood friend was caught up in that storm. I was in love with her. Could never get up the courage to tell her. And now it's too late.
Karzeda bit down on his lip, as if he was trying to hold back his despair. He went on, telling us that he'd hit a slump in his apprenticeship. Nothing he did could gain his master's approval. His frustration boiled over, and he got into a rip-roaring fight with his friend. Hurt, she fled from the workshop. He didn't go after her.
I wish I had, because that's the day the storm came.
Karzeda's face twisted in agony. He made a mistake, and it ended up costing him someone dear. I could understand all too well. Karzeda stared at the sunbeams as they illuminated the cliffside. His eyes were watering, and not just from the sun's rays.
When we were kids, we made a promise. Once I became a proper jeweler, I'd share my most treasured secret with her. Cowardly, yes, but that was the only way I could tell her how I felt.
It all made sense now. His deepest, darkest regret was putting off telling her what was in his heart for so long.
We made that promise ages ago. I wouldn't have been surprised if she forgot all about it.
Have you played it before?
Karzeda paused, as if remembering something. He lifted his gaze to the sky, then continued.
Oh, right. I have to go back to the mines in Tempeal. There are keepsakes of hers there. I don't think she can move on without them.
I could tell how important this was to him. But when the people fled Tempeal, a horde of monsters moved right on in. Actually, forget the fiends. Karzeda wasn't in shape to go anywhere right now.
Yeah, that's great to have games that you enjoy that much to just play and play.
What do these keepsakes look like? I can head to the mines and track him down for you. Considering his condition, I wasn't about to give him room to argue.
I think the last game I really felt that way about was Kingdoms of Amalur.
Besides, I know all about not being able to share the important stuff with a loved one while there's still time.
I've probably got 400 or 500 hours in it.
There's so much I didn't get to tell my family. Even now, thinking of our old house makes my heart ache something fierce. That day, there was no one to greet me when I opened the door. Seeing the cold remains of my home tore open a void in my heart. But you know what? I managed to keep going because my friends were there for me. This time it was my turn to support someone who needed it.
Oh, but I actually forgot to finish telling that story about Final Fantasy. So, I had the platinum for the original one already, but then when I got the other two digital, you couldn't get this one digital, and I wanted to have like the collection of the three, right? So I figured out I would pick it up just so I have all three, and that maybe I'd get around to playing it again, because I don't really remember it. That came out a long time ago. And like I just did the other two from scratch last year, so it'd be nice to have all three parts kind of fresh in memory.
The keepsake should be somewhere around here. Might as well.
So I ordered it off of Amazon.
Whoa! The place is crawling with goblins!
Can't just let them run amok. Time to get to work. That was too easy. Here goes! They act like they own the place. Sorry, but you're gonna have to move. Well, well. Who invited you to the party? Got a beat on it.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever put that much time into any game. The closest I came, I think, was like 1,000 hours on Asphalt Legends Unite.
You picked the wrong guy to have a shooting contest with. Carsada's counting on us to find those keepsakes.
You can probably see from my profile, my PlayStation profile, maybe 900 and something hours.
A watering can, a shovel. These are the keepsakes.
Huh? Did you hear that?
But I mean, it's not the same as like a big world that you're playing around in, right? It's just like laps on racetracks.
We got the big one. I think we can rest easy.
Great! Let's head back to town.
Sheesh, place was crawling with goblins. Good thing we came instead of Carzada. Carzada said his friend loved flowers. Tempeal's soil was harsh and didn't lend itself to flora, but her dream was to grow a variety of flowers and let them bloom all over the land. Knowing how much her dream meant to her, Karzeda wanted to bring her gardening tools back and place them in front of her grave. His hands were trembling when I passed them over.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
He was so choked with emotion that each word sounded pained, like thorns sticking in his throat.
I don't think it shows hours played for PlayStation 3 ones, only for like, 5 for sure, and maybe 4.
Kept my eyes on him. It felt like if I looked away for even a second, he'd fade into the great blue beyond. He was still grappling with his hurt. You wanted to say goodbye to her properly, right? Come on, I'll go with you. I slapped him on the shoulder, silently willing him to pull himself together.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Karzeda hugged the tools tightly against his chest, his teeth biting down hard on his lip. It broke my heart, seeing someone so young deal with such overwhelming tragedy. The least I could do was help him see this through.
Yeah, that'd be a good way to find out. Might be the only way. Actually, like, I can see your trophies on my system here, but if I try and look on like PSN profiles or whatever, I think they're private. So I can't even like look at what the statistics for it are in like a open thing.
Yeah, not happy. I've gotta go.
Yeah, on a public one, it just shows like your avatar. It doesn't show any trophies.
I can't even.
Huh?
I don't care. What? Need something?
Yeah, I don't really do anything on PlayStation with like multiplayer or social or anything really. You're one of a very few actually on my friends list. There was a time like with PlayStation 3 I had a ton of friends, and then I just ended up deleting all the ones that weren't around much anymore until they got down to just like a handful.
Just as we arrived at the cemetery, the clouds opened up, unleashing a torrent of rain. The blue sky was gone, painted over by a steely, unforgiving gray. Looking around, I saw that there were others paying their respects at different plots. Like Karzeda, they probably lost loved ones to the storm. As soon as he laid eyes on the mound of earth in front of him, the dam broke. Karzeda's shoulders heaved with his sobs.
Why did I say those awful things? There were so many more important things I wanted to tell you, but
He sank to his knees, crippled with grief. His fist beat at the earth, sending drops of muddy water splashing onto his face.
I didn't want that to be our last conversation. If I hadn't blown up, if we hadn't fought, I only wanted to see you smile, but I made you cry.
All I could do was watch over Karzeda as he poured out the feelings he'd held back for so long. Let it out, son. It's the only way to get through it. After the visit, we made our way to a tavern. We could hear the rain beating down on the establishment. It was still day, but the sky was dark as night. Karzeda ordered the stiffest drink they had and downed it in one gulp.
My friend once showed me a flower and said that each one symbolizes something. At the time, I didn't get it, and I had other things on my mind, so I never bothered looking it up.
He shook his head, saying that he'd wished he had treasured those small, everyday moments with her. Each word struck me like a blow, reminding me of my own failures.
How am I supposed to live with this regret? It's like the storm outside, pounding on me until I give in and let it sweep me away.
That's funny. I haven't seen this redeem in a while.
I mulled over his question for a while before opening my mouth. I'm not the right person to answer that. Only your friend knows.
But how? She's...
So I told Karzeda about my wife, and about the agony of losing her. All the things I'd hoped for, things we could do as a family, were no longer possible. The chasm of remorse threatened to swallow me whole. I couldn't imagine things getting better. Not then, not ever.
I'll have to add a few more redeems at some point when I get around to it.
But I was still alive. Unlike my wife, I still had a future. Didn't that obligate me to move forward, to find meaning in being left behind, and try to fulfill what she wanted for me? Didn't that apply to Karzeda?
Yeah, and like, I would do like a VIP for 50k or something, but your VIP is permanent, so it wouldn't really be something you'd spend it on.
You want me to go with you? To find that flower, I mean? Maybe finding it would give him the answers he needed.
Like a pretty common one is to do like 50k points for VIP for a month kind of thing. Well, it's good I get to see all these redeems are still working.
Do you think we can find the flower? That sounds like a good idea.
Karzeda spoke haltingly, as if remembering the times he shared with his beloved friend. She'd always loved flowers. Tempil was a land forged by its mines, and its climate wasn't suitable for flowers.
Wait, your subs
That
expired?
wasn't going to stop her. As if that thread of memory had unspooled another, Karzeda said that his friend mentioned having a secret flower garden. But she hadn't told him the location, so he wasn't sure where to begin looking.
Sometimes she'd head out to a forest near Folka. If the garden's anywhere, it's probably somewhere in there.
It might be a long shot, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. I drained the last of my glass.
Flower Girl 93 says, I lost sub a while ago, I think.
We stepped out of the tavern. The rain had stopped. The air was humid, but the sun was a welcome sight after the rain. I squinted up at the brilliant blue sky. There, arcing over the forest, was a large rainbow.
Well, it's a good thing I've been doing my breaks during the ad stuff then. That's pretty rare for you not to have an active sub. But that's nice that you've got something to spend your points on now. I'll have to gift you one again at some point.
Zega Grande, the Forgotten Skydom. As I gazed into its perennial blue, I reflected on my last time here, during my travels with him. My memories of this place were distant, yet unforgettable.
Have you been here before, Rosetta?
Hmm? Perhaps I have. Who can say? Eventually, I'll share my tales of the Captain's father and our journey together. When the time is ripe, of course. But first, I would need to sort through my own emotions. It was here in these skies that we would eventually part.
I actually unlocked a couple more slots. So I'm gonna add one for waving. Like hello, goodbye kind of wave. And one for laughing, probably. I've got one slot for animated and one slot for static. So for the waving, it'll be like your animated waving one that you use all the time. I'll do something like that.
I know. In the eyes of eternity, our time together lasted no longer than a blink. Yet his impact on me felt nothing short of eternal.
It's another thing on my list of get around to do at some point soon.
Indeed, it wasn't nostalgia that I felt upon revisiting these skies. Rather, it was the significance of this place and all that transpired here that weighed heavily upon my heart.
And actually, I got a couple sound effects to add for redeems too. One is like a crowd cheering kind of thing, and the other one's like a crowd of people going like, oh, kind of thing, like, oh no. Disappointed crowd. So I'm gonna add a bunch of stuff like that, more redeems. It's just, again, like things that are on my list and like I'm sort of like halfway through adding but haven't yet.
During the war, primal beasts were exploited by the Astrals as instruments of battle. Withered and faded, one primal would eventually drift to Lumacier Archipelago.
Yeah, that'll be the
making a home for
static one.
herself.
Because I've only got 2 new slots, one animated, one static. So I want the waving one to be animated like that green one you're using, and then the static one will be a laugh kind of thing, like the LUL type of one. Oh yeah, that might be good too.
Over time, she grew accustomed to the comforts of its forests and the serenity they offered.
A crowd mocking
It was a
EP with
far
laughter.
cry from the brutalities of war. Centuries would pass until a young man stumbled upon her domain, forever altering
Pointing
the
and
course of
laughing.
life.
That'd be a good one to add.
She engaged him in a vicious battle, but was
Or
ultimately
not.
humbled in defeat. Accepting her fate, she resigned herself to death.
Yeah.
However, the man would sheath his blade and, to her surprise, asked if she would join him on a journey across the skies. A primal beast was supposedly no more than an astral weapon. Beings born to be controlled, manipulated, and ill-used since time immemorial.
Yeah, so cheering and disappointment and laughing. I guess those are 3 good ones for sound ones.
She had never entertained the idea of something more. In fact, she hardly
Flower
had a
Girl
name
93
for herself.
says Rutro. You died again. Hey, ha.
Yeah.
Well, she did have a moniker, but it was a meaningless one, whose sole purpose was to identify her as a weapon.
Actually, I found out that I can use laughing and sighing in those text for the mascots when they speak.
Perhaps out of pity, perhaps out of kindness, the man bestowed upon her a new name. It was from that moment she would truly blossom.
The speech engine I'm using for them support laughter and sighing and stuff.
Rosetta.
But I didn't know that. I just knew it, like I can pick the emotions and stuff, and like pitch and speed and whatever, but it also has like non-word type of stuff it can do.
It was his gift to her, one she would treasure and love for eternity.
So I was thinking whenever like the emotion is gonna be set to like cheerful or something, or like amused or whatever it picks from based on what they're saying, it does it automatically, right? That I could give it a % chance that it'll also make them laugh before they say it. Oh, it's based on the game. I have a sensor equals and then a value. So like if the game's an M-rated game, I set it for like adult, mature language. They say whatever they want. And if it's not, then they'll speak like without any profanity and stuff.
With every union comes an inevitable separation. When his journey neared its final chapters, as he took up arms against the god of destruction, I returned to the forests of Lumacier. After my return to the archipelago, I briefly longed for his companionship, but the flora and fauna kept me company.
I mean, it's appropriate for a game like that Carmageddon Rogue Shift, that they're speaking the way they were, but not for a game like this kind of thing. So like when I set it up originally, I made sure to add it so that I could specify per game what level of censorship.
Decades came and went, and one day I would encounter yet another young visitor to the island. There was no mistaking it. This was his offspring. I realized at that very moment the time had come. He had entrusted this child to me from the ends of the skies. My heart swelled, but I concealed my excitement, flashing naught but a smile at the young captain. I would join the up-and-coming Skyfarer's crew on the Grand Cipher for another journey across the skies, this time as a bystander.
Oh no. This is probably the craziest one, because it's got like a voice bot on it and everything.
During their travels, they would experience joys and triumphs, alongside loss and hardship.
This was also probably the hardest one to like get working the way I wanted it to.
I continued to observe from afar, doing my best to obscure my true intentions. My roots were well planted in the past. Knowing what I knew, would I be able to act as a part of their crew in earnest? Before long, my ambivalence
It'd probably be better if I was more talkative and like had more things to say instead of just being like gapped out on the game.
My convictions had begun to waver. Was this the right approach? Of course, I was conscious of reality. I knew their journey wouldn't be easy. They would have to face the harsh life the skies had in store for them. And with our foes only becoming more and more cumbersome even for myself, could I possibly protect them? My presence on the Grand Cipher was inconsequential, and at worst...
The main thing for me was like getting it working at all. So yeah, it's working. Thanks for testing it again.
I thought if I weren't here, the captain, Io... the entire crew would handle themselves just fine. Perhaps the time had come to retire to the forests once more. But as I was preparing to leave, Io grabbed my hand so sweetly, so innocently, and said she needed me to stay. I couldn't bring myself to abandon her.
I'm going to check if I actually set up the sensor value to like not be adult for those mascots for a second. For this game, I'll throw them on for a second if it's properly set.
I would be the bystander no longer. Everyone in the crew had a role to play, and I would be the exception no more. Finally, I found my purpose. I was free to experience the skies once again, hand in hand with the captain.
Yeah, it's set to be like friendly language. So I'll turn them on.
Eepee's just lying there like a lazy slug. Who takes a break now?
Well, well. Look who finally decided to slink back from wherever you've been.
Took you long enough, you slippery little... Oh, never mind. What'd you do?
That sword belt's got more notches than my teeth marks on a trash can lid.
She looks like she's about to step into a storm. Or maybe out of one.
Bet that hooded guy's got a stash of half-eaten berries under that cloak.
It wasn't duty or
Nah,
obligation.
he's probably
that
just
anchored me to
jealous
this
she's
crew.
got the real weapon.
It was love.
I'd trade my garbage for a
And
sword
I
like that.
promised.
Or maybe he's
Always
just
protect
waiting
them.
for the right moment to say something. That deck looks like it's seen some storms, but still stands tall. Wonder what kind of crew keeps it so clean.
Bet those rags in her bag aren't for polishing the wood. Smells like trouble. Or at
Try
least a good
talking to
story.
them again.
I'd trade a week's meals for a bite of whatever's in that bag. Fresh or not, I'm not picky.
That woman's got a grip on that sword like it owes her money.
Yeah, and that guy's not backing down either. Bet he's got a story or two about why he's here.
Hope they don't start swinging before I get a front row seat.
The little
I
red
would
thing's
leave
just
no
floating there like it's
regrets
watching a
in the
play.
sky.
Probably waiting to see who gets tossed overboard
That
first.
woman's got
Our
a grip,
journey
like she's
continued.
about to snap that
Only
weapon
this
in
time
half.
Bet she's got a
felt
stash
that
of
I was a
half-eaten
true
berries under that
member of
fancy
the
cloak.
The
group.
little red thing's moving too fast. What if it's scared?
That woman's got a grip like she's about to split the sky open. Flower, you're asking the wrong fox about new. I'm stuck watching humans pose with sticks.
That woman's got a grip like she's about to split the sky open.
Yeah. And that guy's just leaning there like he's waiting for a snack to drop.
Snack? More like a whole damn feast if that thing in the background starts moving.
You think it's alive?
Nah.
Hey,
but I bet
Bingo,
my last
eat
berry, It's
cotton.
got something good inside.
That woman's got a grip like she's about to snap a branch in half.
Yeah. And that guy's staring like he's already picked his
Bet
target.
they're both itching for a fight. Wish I was up there with them.
Eepy, you're hilarious. Cotton's too scrawny for a proper meal.
Bingo would choke on my fur. EP, stick to trash.
Those numbers look like a snack after a hunt.
The HP went up a bit. Guess someone's getting tougher.
Tougher? More like chewier. Still not as good as a fresh berry stash.
1570 defense? That's just asking for a good bite.
Well, that's just great. Now who's gonna help me dig through that trash pile later?
I hope she's not too far. She always finds the best snacks.
That thing's just floating there like it owns the place.
It's so quiet, like it's
Slow.
waiting for something.
So long.
Waiting for what, though? A snack? A nap?
Maybe it's just being.
Yeah, well, I'd rather it did something. This whole mystical glow thing's boring me.
That vase looks heavy enough to crush a skull.
Bet it'd make a great noise, too.
Wonder if she'd notice if we knocked it over.
Nah, she's too busy staring at that book.
Maybe we should ask for a quest too. That knight's grip looks tighter than a beaver's dam.
Took down 3 deer. Barely chewed the bones.
About time you showed up. We were starting to think you got lost in the woods.
That's a lot of meat. You'll have to share some with us later.
That knight's got a death wish standing there so stiff.
Or maybe he's just really
Hey
bad at
Fiona,
asking for
bite
favors.
I'd at
Bingo's
least try to
tail.
look less like a statue.
Bet that paper's got something boring written on it.
Probably some nobles' laundry list of chores. Eepy, you're lucky I like my tail attached. Flower's got that look. Better zip it before she tosses us out the window.
Flower's right. We'll be quiet. No need to throw us in the bookshelves.
That armored guy's itching for a fight.
Betty's got a list of chores longer than my tail.
Yeah, welcome in, Lit Life Slick. How's it going?
Good day.
Thanks. How's your day going, or night?
During our stay in Seed Hollow, a certain request made its way into our hands.
I played it a little bit, like not long after launch, a couple years ago, but I never finished it. And then with the expansion coming up in July and the closed beta, which I would have been playing.
93 says hello at Lit Life Slick tweeted hello.
I actually have the closed beta installed, but it's over now. I never got around to playing it. But yeah, so I just started again. This is like 3 streams or 4 streams in. I think it's the 4th stream. So chapter 9 now, but I'm a little bit underleveled and underskilled to finish it, so I'm just doing side stuff.
We were to inspect sightings of a mysterious young girl near the Seed Hollow Castle.
You don't think she's a ghost, do you?
How about yourself? You play this at all?
I put a hand on Lyria's shoulder to comfort her and asked the client for more details. According to reports, the young girl appeared to be looking for something. Workers helping with the castle's restoration effort would attempt to approach her, but she would vanish before they could get close. Each sighting would spook another handful of builders, until there weren't enough hands to complete repairs. By all accounts, it seemed to be a ghost. Of course, I couldn't admit that to Lyria. It was not uncommon for spirits to take refuge in ancient ruins or castles, and play tricks on any unfortunate souls passing by. They were almost never malicious, even friendly sometimes. However, we couldn't take our chances. I just wished we had more information to work with. There was something familiar about this story. I just couldn't quite put my finger on it.
Alright, so that's every Fate episode that I can play for now. To do more of them, I have to progress further. So I'll do some side quests, I guess.
Let's see. Will you take this one? Be on your way.
This game is out since 2024, but they're doing a major expansion in July. So they did a closed beta of the expansion, just like small parts of it, just like a couple of the new characters or something. But yeah, this game's been out since 2024. It has co-op too. If you grab it, we can play this one sometime.
Careful now. Hold steady!
Look for its tail and dodge accordingly.
Catch this! This'll show him!
Look
Looking good!
Yeah, I like it. I'm not very good at it though.
Oh no! Close call! Nope!
Here goes nothing!
Panacea! Yeah! Slash and bash! Break and leg!
You made that look easy!
Neat. What's this? Nice find.
Yeah, these are just like short side quests. Because I'm a little bit, under-leveled and under-skilled to continue the main story for now. So I'm gonna level up a bit.
Hello. Which will it be? Will you take this one? Here are the details. Best of luck.
Catch this! Rain of arrows! Enough! Watch out!
All right, let's keep our wits about us. You reap what you sow.
Oh no! Break and leg!
Yeah, I've been pretty good. You do any streaming?
Oh, that should be the last of them, which means quest complete.
Ooh, let's see. Neat. We did it! And we did it together!
Need something? Which will it be?
Green screen and custom shader.
Will you take this one? We're counting on you.
focused. There! Let's patch you up.
My thanks.
All together! You have their finish! There's still more to come.
Well said.
Roger, Dodger. Just when I thought we had it licked.
Flashing back!
It's over already? Boy, you're on a roll.
Let's see. Ooh. Good work. Now let's get back out there.
Hello. Let's see. What do you say? Will you accept it? Be on your way.
Nope.
Here's a fun trick.
Too hot to handle.
Decimate!
Stay calm, everyone.
You reap what you sow. Like that?
Catch this!
Here they come.
Don't take your eyes off them! Reagan leg! Hold steady! Close call! Panacea! Oh no! Close, thanks for the heal.
Don't get carried and rip them while they're down.
Here goes. Looking good. Catch this.
You made that look easy.
Nice fun. Let's see. Ooh. That worked out somehow or other.
good day. Which will it be?
180-second ad break starts in 1 minute.
Details.
Decimate!
There's nothing to fear.
Back in the game. Close call. Don't take your eyes off them. Rain of arrows! Looking good. How's that? Just like that! Nope. Looking good. Looking good.
That was great.
Not today. Let's patch you up.
Making me look bad. Crying out loud.
Decimate!
Yeah. Just when I thought we had it licked.
That was awesome. You were awesome.
Neat. What's this? Nice find. Neat. Good work. Now let's get back out there.
Good day. Which will it be? What do you say? Will you accept it? Be on your way.
Get in there! Rain of arrows!
Get behind my shield! Enchanted leg! Enough of you!
Looking good!
No escape!
Nope! Catch this!
Now, you're out of luck!
Let's go! Looking
Your
good!
rogue's covering your back!
Landing! Watch out!
Roger that!
Superb! Everyone okay?
Thanks.
Catch this!
How about no?
Slash and bash! Hold steady! Looking good! Nope!
So I can go all out? Let's do it!
Looking good!
Like that? Watch my back! You're done! Y'all keep me young!
The honor's all
The
mine.
next one, too!
The next one's mine. You're finished!
Close call. Let's patch you up.
Great! You get to see what they're really made of.
Right. Look out for any large attacks.
Direct hit! Nope!
Are you injured?
Much obliged.
This will show up! Dragon leg! You missed!
Leave it to me! You made that look easy!
Let's see. Ooh, what's this? Neat. We did it! And we did it together!
Hello. Let's see. Will you take this one? Be on your way.
Flashing back! Everyone okay?
Making me look bad.
Reagan leg!
There's my backup.
Roger,
Got something for you. No problems covering your back.
Glad to hear it. Just like that!
Understood.
Hanging in there?
What would I do without you?
How about no?
Prepare yourself.
Looking good.
Return prey. Enchanted land.
Right. Just like that.
Time's up.
Looking good. Just like.
You're mine.
Come on!
Gotcha covered.
Oh yeah!
Did you like
Straight
that?
from above. Leave it to me. Enough.
Keep your cool,
Back in
everyone.
the game. Panacea.
Enchanted land.
Got something for you.
Reagan leg.
How about no?
Looking good.
Stay calm, everyone. You're mine.
Watch my back!
Cut them down.
Just like
We
that.
sure worked them out.
I guess so. Right. On my mark.
I
Move on. Now's our chance. Can't believe this.
Help is on the way. No escape. I do not falter. Into the audience.
Looking good.
Oigan.
I got him.
Just like that.
Captain!
I'm right here. Tempest Blade. Eo. Flashing back. Bring it. Absolute zero.
Oh, that should be the last of them, which means quest complete.
Ooh, what's this? Nice find. Good work. Now let's get back out there.
Good day. This one? Here are the details.
We're counting on you.
Attack formation. Rain of arrows.
Stay calm, everyone.
Come on!
I'll support. Let's patch you up.
Keep your heads in the game.
Hey!
Understood.
Always ready to go.
Looking
Yeah,
good.
welcome in. It's as TC. How's it going?
Just move this carefully. Mine! I'll finish this.
Aztec.
Nope.
Yeah, not too bad.
Yep. Looking good. Stay at the ready. Yes. Just like that. Everyone okay?
I appreciate it.
Now I'm ready.
There's nothing to fear. Intended plan.
Looking good. Here goes. Looking good. Just like that.
Get them, Harry.
On my mark. We fight as one.
Finish.
This'll show him.
Well done.
Nope.
Yet.
I can still fight.
I'll ease your pain.
Fight's not over.
Help is on the way.
There.
Winter's Frame. Behind my shield.
Enough.
How about
You missed. Reagan leg.
Now or never. Cut them down.
Do you think I'm getting closer to
The will lives in this blade. Fall now.
Looking good. Just like that.
Oigan.
I got him. Your turn.
On my mark. We fight it. Don't hold back.
Captain.
I'm right here. Tempest Flame. Ha! Eo. Bring it. Absolute zero.
Do it again.
Now that's teamwork.
We're on a roll.
Roger that.
Bring in the big guns.
You're the best. Indeed it was.
Loud and clear.
Catch this!
Yeah. Well, I'm only playing the side quests because the skill is moving forward in main story. So I've got to like level up a bit and whatever. So I did all the like Fate episodes or whatever, and now doing a few side quests. You play this game at all?
Neat. Let's see. Ooh, what's this? Nice find. We did it! And we did it together!
Alright, well, I appreciate that. The one that I'm stuck on right now is the just final boss of Chapter 9. I just started this a couple days, or a couple streams ago. I think this is the 4th stream of it. I played it a little bit at launch, like not long after launch a couple years ago, but never got around to finishing it. But then with the expansion coming soon, like in July, I figured I'd get myself up there by then. And actually I have the closed beta installed, but I never got around to trying it, and now it's over, so whatever. There wasn't too much to see anyway.
Hello. Which will it be?
What can people co-op in this? I guess you know pretty much everything about the game, right? Is the end game through the quest counter too? Which platform are you playing on?
Will you take this one?
This will be my last stream of this for a while though, and I'm almost done for the night, but yeah, in the future for sure, like when I'm doing more stuff with this game. I'm playing a stream of Dragonkin tomorrow, and then the next day is Crimson Desert, so.
Best of luck.
But like I will be playing this more between now. Like I want to get through at least the main story and like be familiar with everything by the time the expansion comes out.
We ready? Careful now.
Don't let anything get the jump on you. Watch out! Here they come!
You reap what you sow.
Looking good.
Yeah. Enchanted blast.
Uh-oh! This guy looks strong! You better watch out!
Catch this! Looking good.
Slime! Better act quick before they run!
You reap what you sow.
Enough!
Fabulous! It's go time!
Rain of arrows! Looking good!
Uh-oh! This guy looks strong! You better watch out!
Have you been playing this since it came out? Like in 2024?
Here's a fun trick.
Catch this!
This should fiddle you around.
Enchanted blast!
You reap what you sow. How about no?
Strike! Better act quick before they run!
Here's a little thing.
Reagan leg! Hold steady!
They're running away! Fabulous! It's go time!
Stay calm, everyone!
Yeah, I was so happy to hear that they had an expansion coming. Like, I hadn't finished it yet, but I figured, you know, like, I really liked it. Just played it.
Looking good!
And I always meant to come back to it and keep playing. And hearing about the expansion was like, yeah, now's the time to, like, start fresh. And, like, learn it properly and actually finish it. But it's also bad timing because there's like so many new games right now that I've been like waiting to play. Like Crimson Desert, well, Dragon King, Crimson Desert, and then Screamer on the 23rd. But yeah, I will be continuing this between other stuff.
Look alive! We've got company! Together! No!
Reagan leg!
Two enemies left! You can take them!
You look fun!
Looking good!
You reap what you sow.
Let's patch you up!
We're in the home
Yeah, and the expansion continues at endgame, right?
Uh-oh! This guy looks strong! You better watch out!
Catch this!
That's one more quest in the bag!
Yeah, I think I read there's like 160 new quests and a solo roguelike mode and like more characters and all kinds of stuff, so.
We made it through!
And full crossplay. That'll be great to like keep the community going, right? When everybody on every platform can play together. And they'll have the Switch release also, Switch 2.
Hello. Let's see. What do you say? Will you accept it? Be on your way.
So when you said both platforms, which one is it on right now? PlayStation and what?
There we go. Let's do it to it. Attack
Bringing
formation.
the whole circus, huh? Keep on your toes.
Looking good. Just like that.
You reap what you sow.
Break
Better act quick before they run! Follow me!
Say your prayers!
The real fight's just getting started!
But of course.
Oh yeah!
Looking good. Just like that.
Do it! Coming right
On
up!
me! On my mark.
Send them cold back to their holes!
Good riddance.
Yeah, I tried like in my last stream of this, I tried like 5 or 6 times to beat that boss at the end of chapter 9 with like all the hands where you got to keep going through the portals and stuff back and forth. Just did not work out for me. I think the best I did was like getting him down to halfway health. Yeah, that's it. Anger menu.
How about no?
Rain of arrows.
So I figured it's a combination of being under-leveled and under-skilled. So for this stream I just scheduled it like, I'll do the Fate episodes and maybe some side quests.
Looking good.
Sorry to burden
Close
you.
call. More. Nope.
You reap what you sow.
Yeah, definitely.
Have a face full.
I also didn't really like, I haven't used any of my cards yet to unlock characters. I just like went with the default 4 and just kind of like kept going from there. So I've got a bunch of cards to unlock characters. I just haven't got around to it yet. Yeah, because I don't really know who I like or like whatever yet, right? I haven't even looked at anything like, it's just a blind playthrough basically.
Catch you. Not today. Yeah.
Here's a little payback.
Looking good. This'll show him. Close call.
Much obliged.
How about no?
What's the level cap, do you know?
Not over yet. Catch this.
Better act quick before they run!
Victory lies ahead.
Here's a little payback.
Everyone okay?
Finish.
Not today.
How about no?
Close call.
So close!
The next one's mine.
Come on!
Looking good.
Very cool!
Yeah, crew. Hell yeah.
I do my best.
Here goes. On me. Tempest Flame. Ha! Oigan.
Go further than 150?
Time's up.
Flashing back.
Catalina.
I'll settle this.
Leo! I'm on it!
We fight as one.
Bring it.
Galeburst. We make a perfect team.
They mess with the best.
That was nothing! Looking good so far! You've got
Catch this. Nope. Back in the game. This'll show them.
You reap what you sow. Here's a fun trick. You like that? Here's a little payback.
There's still enemies left, but you can take them!
Such strength.
You broke them! One more! Fly! Better act quick before they run!
They're mine.
You have my blade.
This'll
We
show
were in
them.
perfect sync!
On to the next.
Don't mention it.
We're in the home stretch now.
Looking good.
Keep it up.
Not today!
Oh no! Play with it. That's one more quest in the bag.
To the ends of the skies! To Estalucia!
Yeah, I guess in your case, it's like you could almost just like not look at the screen and just hit the button, right? Just attack over and over. Nice, yeah. That's happened to me a few times, even like now, because like I'm kind of OP for the like the early side quest stuff that I was doing. Or like those Fate episodes, because I never did any until tonight on this stream. So it's like by the time I even realized there's like enemies to take out, like the companions already took them out.
Good day. Which will it be? Will you take this one? Best of luck.
We ready?
50, I think.
Get in
Bringing
there!
the whole circus, huh? Keep on your toes.
Catch this!
You reap what you sow. Blast through him.
Looking good!
Daddy alert! It's go time!
Here's a little payback.
Enchanted blade! Light ball!
Easy peasy! Looking good!
Prepare yourself! You're finished!
Uh-oh! This guy looks strong! You better watch out! Got venom?
Close call! Panacea!
Wonderful.
Got him.
Cut them
Let's
down!
go!
Always double down.
Good!
No problems cover your back.
Glad to hear it!
Right! Better act quick before they run!
We'll conclude this!
Uh-oh! Oh, get him!
Nope!
Running away!
Here goes!
Cover it.
After you! Just like that!
Here's a little.
Where'd you learn how to do that?
I got plenty more tricks up the old
Catch
sleeve.
this! There!
Which mission? This one?
Don't get carried away.
Now I'm ready. You like that?
I hate walking in the sand!
Here's a fun trick.
Winter's rain!
Direct hit!
Uh-oh! This guy looks strong! You better watch out!
This'll show him!
They say poison!
Looking... Close call. Everyone okay?
Thanks.
Catch this! Nope! Follow me! I'll support! They're wide open! This is why we're the best!
See? I can teach you a thing or two.
Enough!
You reap
reap what you sow.
Enchanted lands!
Looking, we got this! Just like that! We better stay focused.
Understood.
Right!
Well said.
Better act quick before they run! Looking good so far! You got this!
Close call.
Go get him!
No
Finish!
Here's a little favor.
You like that? Reagan leg!
There's still enemies here, but you can take them!
Let's pack close call. Here goes. On me! Tempest Flame! Ah!
Uh-oh, this guy
Who knows, because you can probably like
better watch
one-shot a lot of them,
We're
right?
in the home stretch now! Keep it up!
Decimate!
Keep it together.
Back in the game.
Get carried.
And I think that's everything. You were awesome out
You
there.
saved my bacon.
Whew. We made it through.
I've got almost 1,000 mastery points. I guess when I get around to trying that boss again, I'll be a little bit stronger. Yeah, but that's the story boss, right? Yeah, and now they're almost all close to level 50 too. I'm not sure what they were last time I tried that boss. But I abandoned after and went back to town when I lost. So I might have to do all of chapter 9 again, I'm not sure.
Need something?
But my next stream of this game, whenever it is, I'll be doing chapter 9 and hopefully get through the boss. So if you like travel back to town in the middle of a chapter, then you go back to the story. You'll continue at a checkpoint.
This one?
Oh, okay. Well then I probably won't have to go all the way through everything again. No, it's all good for this stream. But we will, we can definitely hook up for another stream if you want. I don't know if you want to give me a follow. I usually don't ask people to like and follow and sub and all that kind of stuff, but if you ever see a notification that I'm playing this again...
Al's TC is now following.
Thanks, appreciate that. And yeah, when I'm playing this again, I mean, I'm gonna be playing Dragonkin tomorrow a bit more, and then I'll be playing Crimson Desert for a bit, and then I'll be back on this one too. So at that point, sure, yeah, definitely hook up. It'd be fun to do some co-op.
Here are the details.
I think for tonight I'm just gonna do these 3 here, and then I'm gonna wrap up the stream.
What do you say? Will you accept it? Be on your way.
Okay, people, it's go time.
So what is it that you should be doing right now? Like collecting materials and stuff for like the new characters for the expansion, or what? Have you like maxed everybody and everything?
Victory lies ahead. Dragon
We'll finish the next wave in no time. They just keep coming, or we'll show them who's boss.
Not today.
Good work. Keep it up, and we'll finish the next wave in no time.
I don't even know what that means. What is that?
I'm not liking the look of this, but don't let it intimidate ya.
Enchanted lands.
Good work. Keep it up, and we'll finish the next wave in no time. I'm not liking the look of this, but don't let it
Okay.
intimidate ya.
You reap what you sow. Slash it back.
What are the potatoes?
Catch this.
Looks like we got a second to catch our breath before things heat up again. I'm not liking the look of this, but don't let it intimidate ya.
You reap what you sow. Dragon Leg.
And I think that's everything. You were awesome out there.
What is the awaken process? Is that just like something you hit in the menu, awaken, or what?
That worked out somehow or other.
So basically, you get an ultimate weapon to 150, and then you awaken it, and then you can like improve stats. Is that how it works? Wow, how many hours have you put in to still not have the 742? I'm guessing you're going for that, right?
Hello.
Nice. Do you stream at all?
Which will it be? Here are the details. Best of luck.
It's as TC was most recently streaming Granblue Fantasy, Relink.
We ready? Attack formation.
Circus, huh? Keep on your toes. The ship's a sitting duck. Use one of the ether cannons on the deck and defend us. Fine, B. Can we take 5? They just keep coming! But we'll show them who's boss!
Light wall! Feel the fight!
Here's a fun trick. Here's a little payback.
180-second ad break starts in 1.
Decimate! Hold steady!
Good work! Keep it up, and we'll finish the next wave in no time. I'm not liking the look of this, but don't let it
I'll take a break while the ads are on. That's what I try and time my breaks with anyway. What kind of other fighting style do you like in other games? Probably, I usually just start with melee, right? Like up close and personal kind of. But then once I'm familiar with the game, I'll try other styles. Like Kingdoms of Amalur, I started with warrior and then moved on to like, you know, mage and rogue kind of stuff, right?
Intimidate ya!
I don't know if you're on desktop or mobile. If you can scroll down my about page, you'll see a list of all the games I've streamed. It might give you kind of an idea. I've played a lot more games than that, but those are the ones I've streamed since I started in August. It was funny, I didn't even realize, like, on mobile browsers you can't see that about stuff easily. And like how many times I thought like it was just bots because they're asking me like what games do you play and this kind of stuff. And then I looked at, I just happened to like look at my stream on mobile one day and realized like it doesn't even show about or anything, right?
On my mark.
So then I felt bad about being like looking at people that have come by as being really sus for like not knowing anything, like didn't you even read the thing kind of thing, but actually they don't even see it, right?
To the ends of the skies.
Yeah.
To Estalucia.
Yeah, I kind of got off track with that. I know what you meant. That's what I was saying. Usually melee builds, whatever. Start with that until I'm familiar with the game and then try other stuff. But I also tend to just like wander into another game, right? I don't really, especially with streaming, I don't tend to spend a lot of time on stream just grinding or whatever. And I don't really game too much off stream, if at all, anymore. Like, with the time I spend gaming, if I'm not streaming it, like, it's kind of a waste, because I'm not spending a whole lot of time gaming, right? So, I'd rather be streaming it. Yeah, fast. Like, dual wielding daggers, I'd like more than, like, a great sword, you know?
Good day.
Because I like the responsiveness, right? Like, to be able to, like, move around quickly and attack and move and attack and move, instead of just, like, having to, like, wind up a really big swing.
This one? What do you say? Will you accept it?
You're thinking to suggest a character that I'd like? Because I can unlock one right now, if you got a good idea for one.
No.
This guy? Yeah, crewmate cards. I've got 5 cards.
Sending out the old crew signal, eh? Who should we poke?
Oh, but you also said I shouldn't really unlock until the end game because it's easier to get the stuff for, like, specific people if I don't. Alright, well considering I haven't unlocked any yet, I'll grab him. And then decide later if I like him.
Get! Heard you've needed my blade!
What's the point of treasure trade? Is that like when I need specific things?
Can't refuse. We have a wide selection of. Let me know if you need help.
It's just buying stuff? Like for example, let's say I know I need land beast claws, then I can like trade my cobblestones and whirl shrooms for them. Yeah. Yeah, right now it's all just doesn't mean anything to me, but I understand. The deeper I get into the mechanics, then I'll start realizing what everything's for.
If anybody can save the day, it's your crew. Ready for some action?
Alright, I think I'm gonna end it here. In the docks.
Yes.
Where do you mean in the docks?
I've gotta go.
Oh, I've done it.
Don't let this be your final battle, okay? Stay safe out there, okay?
Can I just like pick him to try, or you mean like switch up my party? Oh, also, can I switch between characters when I'm fighting? Or is like my main kind of thing? Like here where it says player. When I'm fighting, can I switch to somebody else?
Look what you see.
Awesome. Let's see. Neat. my turn?
Nice. Thanks.
Show that training dummy who's boss.
Guess I haven't had me a good roll for a while. Read like a book, played like a fish. No running for me. Sky Center! How's about we end it? Want to see something real fancy? Read like a book.
What's that trice blade? What's that trice blade thing?
Try to keep up. Reel him in. You're wide open. Smell you later. Played like a book. Read like a book. No running over here, you done. Played like a fiddle. Schooled like a... Read like a book. Played like you're wide open. Run if you can! Read like a book!
Where was I just now? Folka? It saves automatically, right? Like all that stuff that I did with the side quests and whatever, I don't have to do anything to save it. Yeah, that's a good call. It did say 47 before I saved it, so it did somehow save on its own, but I like to do that manually also. Actually, I didn't even know that I could do that in towns until like the last stream. I was always using those like green crystals. But yeah, that's I appreciate the tips and advice and stuff. All right, everybody, that's it for tonight. I appreciate you coming through. And yeah, tomorrow night I'll be picking up Dragonkin the Banished where I left off. And then the next day, 6 p.m. Eastern, I'll be starting Crimson Desert. So yeah, have a good one all. Later.